And we're live, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and good morning, everybody, and welcome to our council meeting for January 29th. And we'll start off with calling this meeting to order. And item 1.1 is the national anthem. I ask you please stand for that, if you may. Thank you very much. And item number 1.2 is our land acknowledgement. And good note to point out that Councillor DeLeo is on a well-deserved vacation, and so we'll look to our Deputy Clerk to read the land acknowledgement. Madam Deputy Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. The town of Wasaga Beach acknowledges it is located upon the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe people of the Three Fires Confederacy. We also acknowledge that the people of the Wyandot Nation also inhabited these lands. We acknowledge that these nations were sovereign nations existing before the arrival of settlers. We respect the spiritual interconnection among these nations to the land and to the water. We also acknowledge that waterways near us have a long history predating European arrival. Since time immemorial, waterways were the lifeblood of the indigenous people by trade and hunting routes. We are dedicated to inclusivity of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people in our future stewardship of the land and the longest freshwater beach in the world. In the spirit of reconciliation, we welcome the opportunity of learning to be sustainable caretakers of the land and waterways for all future generations.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk Miigwech. Item number 1.3 is the Ontario Age-Friendly Community Recognition Award, January 2026, and I'm pleased to highlight an important moment of recognition for the town of Wasaga Beach on Sunday, January the 18th. Councillor Ego, accompanied by Jenny Marlette, our Supervisor of Recreational Services, attended the Ontario Age-Friendly Community Recognition Ceremony in Toronto at the invitation of the Ministry of Seniors and Accessibility. Their attendance and acceptance of this award on behalf of Council and the community underscores the value of the work being done locally to ensure Wasaga Beach remains a supportive, inclusive, and welcoming place for older adults. Receiving this provincial recognition is a meaningful acknowledgement of our shared commitment to planning and developing and delivering services that enhance quality of life across all stages of life. This acknowledgement reflects the meaningful work taking place in our community to support our older adults. In particular, it highlights the ongoing efforts of the Age-Friendly Community Advisory Committee, whose guidance continues to help advise and advance Council's priorities and strengthen Wasaga Beach as a welcoming, inclusive community for residents of all ages. I'd now like to turn it over to Councillor Ego to share a few words and reflect on this recognition and the experience of representing Wasaga Beach at the ceremony. Thank you for doing so, Councillor, and I'll turn the floor over to you.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Yes, it was an honor, and it was a beautiful evening down there in Toronto, a room full of representatives from so many municipalities across Ontario. And I think one of my takeaways from that evening was a collaboration not only just with our outside agencies such as the Y and the Red Cross and Simcoe, it was collaboration within the towns. And it somewhat started just like ours did, I believe, only maybe differently. We have the advisory board, and that's what was being acknowledged that night. And many also have teamed up with the Seniors Activity Living Center. So that's now becoming, I find, the collaboration in town, and that's what we have done recently. We've collaborated, so our rep with the town is Jenny Marlette, who's our supervisor of recreation. So I have found that makes for a really nice fit to have the advisory board and the Seniors Active Living Center, along with that. It's just a really, really good fit. And so Jenny brings that wealth to the table, and it brings the two together for the the hands-on on what our seniors' wishes are in town. And I heard that night said, and it's true, that if a community has healthy, active seniors, it does make for a better town and less drains on other services in the town. So that's what I want to get back to is, yes, the age friendlies volunteer, as all of our committees are, but with the seniors, this is a real payback in the town, because when you have the healthy, happy seniors, and yep, I'm one of them, happily, it is the backbone of volunteerism in a town and probably throughout the world. That's where most of our volunteers in this town come from, are the seniors. So it's paramount, not just that we give, and look for activities for them, it's all the payback we get in return. And I want to do a shout out to our committee in particular, because I work with them, but I just want people to realize that we're always asking for stuff, it's the payback a town gets. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor. No doubt our advisory committee does an amazing job, and we appreciate that. Under item number 2, disclosure of pecuniary interest, I have none before me at this time. If at some point throughout the meeting you feel you have a pecuniary interest, let us know for the record. Item number 3 is the adoption of the agenda and the recommended motion that the contents of the agenda for January 29, 2026 be approved as circulated. Any questions or comments on this? Seeing none, could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Belanger, seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Under item number 4 is closed session and the recommended motion that pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, the next portion of the January 29, 2026 council meeting will move into closed session to consider the following matters. 4.1.1 Wasaga Beach cybersecurity, and more specifically security and emergency preparedness with respect to our IT network. 4.1.2 proposed disposition or acquisition of lands, and 4.1.3 a legal matter. Could I have a mover and a seconder to move into closed session, please? Moved by Councillor Ego, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? That carries unanimously, and we'll now move into closed session. Thank you, Madam Deputy Clerk. Ready when you are.
And we're live, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Deputy Clerk, and welcome back, everybody. We were in closed session from earlier this morning. We did get to one of those items in closed session, but not the other two. So we will be going back into closed session near the end of the council meeting today. Madam Clerk, before I move any further, anything to add?
No, thank you, Your Worship. And just for the public and council to be aware that we will go in closed again after section item 16 in the council agenda. The Rising Report will follow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, moving on then to item number 6 in our agenda today is the approval of the minutes. 6.1, the regular minutes meeting of council meeting of January 15th, 2026. And the recommended motion is that the minutes of the council meeting held January 15th, 2026 be adopted as circulated. Any questions or comments from council on these minutes? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder for this, please. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Belanger. All in favor? That carries unanimously. And moving on then to item number 7, which is our public meeting. 7.1, the public meeting under the Planning Act applications Z00925-OP00225 with respect to roll number 436401001481100 Ramblewood Drive. This is a public meeting regarding proposed application for an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment submitted for the lands legally described as RCP 1700, part lots 28 and 59, RP 51R 39653, part 1. The applications being considered are proposed official plan amendment, town file number OP00225, and zoning bylaw amendment, town file number Z00925. This public meeting is an opportunity for members of the public to learn more about the proposed development, and for council, this public meeting is not to engage in debate regarding the merits of the applications, nor is it intended to be a question and answer session. It is simply to make council aware of the public's comments and to ask any clarifying questions you may have. No decisions are being made at this public meeting today. And please be advised that you must make a request in writing if you wish to receive a notice of any decisions of council regarding the application. Please submit your request in writing to the town's planning department, who may be contacted at planning@wasagabeach.com or by phone. Presentations today, we have two, one by our planning staff and one by the applicant's agent. So we'll start off with Cameron Watt, town planning staff, and he'll make a brief presentation and will provide further details with respect to the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications. I'll now turn the floor to you, Cameron. Good morning and welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning to council, to staff, and to any members of the public that are online. Just before I begin with my presentation, may I just get an acknowledgement that everyone can see and hear me okay? Just if someone can nod, that would be great. Okay, thank you very much. So, as you can see on this first slide, today's public meeting is for two applications. The first application is official plan amendment application, town file number OP00225, and the second is a zoning bylaw amendment being town file number Z00925. The applicant is Bycastle Homes Limited, and the agent representing the applicant, who is in attendance this morning, is the Jones Consulting Group, represented by Brandy Clement. And next slide, please. This is just an overview of the staff presentation this morning. As you can see, staff will start with outlining the purpose of the public meeting. I'll then provide a brief description of the planning application process. There'll then be a description of the subject lands. And lastly, staff will introduce the applicant's submissions. So a public meeting is required under the Planning Act for an official plan amendment application and zoning bylaw amendment application. Town planning staff are introducing the applicant's proposal to council and the general public. The purpose of the public meeting is to provide the public with an opportunity to share written comments and make oral submissions to council. Next slide, please. So this is just a depiction of the planning application process. As you can see, so far in the process, staff have received the applications. We have deemed the applications complete. A notice of complete application and public meeting were both posted on the town's website, and as well as on the subject lands in accordance with the Planning Act requirements. We're now here at the public meeting. Moving forward, there will be a staff and agency review of the applications. Eventually, there would be a staff recommendation to council, followed by a council decision, and these applications are subject to an appeal period. And next slide, please. So the subject lands consist of one vacant parcel, and you can see the legal description is on the slide before you. The lot area is approximately 32,700 square meters, being 3.27 hectares. The lot frontage is approximately 221 meters along Ramblewood Drive. In terms of the surrounding uses, we have residential to the north. To the south is environmental protection and open space, more specifically being the Trillium Creek and the Carly Patterson Memorial Trail. To the east is more residential uses, and to the west is institutional, being the St. Noel Chabanel Catholic Elementary School. And next slide, please. In terms of what's being proposed through these applications, so the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application submissions are intended to facilitate a residential development consisting of 163 townhouse dwelling units, and that's within 17 development blocks. As mentioned, the applicant's agent, Brandy Clement, is here this morning, and she'll be providing further details in this regard following my presentation. In addition to the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application submissions, the applicant has already submitted a concurrent plan of subdivision application, and that is town file number PS 00725. So that plan of subdivision application is being processed at the same time as both the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications. And next slide. Looking at the existing land use designations on the lands are designated settlements as per the County of Simcoe official plan. The existing Town of Wasaga Beach official plan land use designations consist of primarily residential, being the white as indicated on the image to your right, and then the small section that's essentially green and black that's indicating natural hazards. And the surrounding Town of Wasaga Beach official plan land use designations consist of residential, institutional, natural hazards, and open space. And next slide, please. So the proposed official plan amendment application would redesignate the subject lands from the residential and natural hazards land use designations to the high density residential and open space land use designations. And again, further details are to follow in the applicant's presentation. And next slide. So as you're aware, there is a new official plan that was adopted by council in November of 2025. Looking ahead to this new official plan document, the subject lands are proposed to be designated neighborhood, and neighborhood is indicated in yellow in the image. Within the neighborhood designation, the proposed development would be categorized as medium density, being between 30 to 65 units per hectare. And again, that small green section as indicated on the image in the southeast corner, that's reflective of the Greenland environmental protection designation. And next slide, please. In terms of the existing zoning on the lands, the existing zoning consists of a development zone and environmental protection zone. The permitted uses include, but are not limited to, existing residential uses, agricultural uses, conservation uses, and public uses. The surrounding zones include, but are not limited to, an institutional zone, a residential type 1 zone, a residential type 2 exception 17 zone, an environmental protection zone, and development zone. And next slide, please. In terms of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment, the proposed zoning bylaw amendment would rezone the existing development zone and environmental protection zone to a number of site-specific residential type 3 exception zones and open space exception zones. The R3 exception zones would permit the proposed townhouse dwelling units and establish site-specific zoning provisions for matters such as lot characteristics, setbacks, building and landscape coverage, and building height. And the proposed OS exception zones would permit a stormwater management facility and several landscaped areas. And again, the applicant will be providing additional details in a presentation to follow mine. And next slide. So in conclusion, this is a public meeting that is required by the Planning Act. And planning staff are presenting the applicant's proposal. A detailed review of the applications is ongoing, but not yet completed. Staff will forward all comments received to council, and eventually there'll be a staff recommendation report before council at a later date. And this is a slide just outlining the contact information for the town planning department, and the link at the bottom will bring you to the applicant's submission materials. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cameron, for your presentation. Now, Brandy Clement from Jones Consulting Group Limited will make a brief presentation on behalf of the applicant and will provide further details with respect to the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application. Good morning, Ms. Clement. Brandy, welcome. The floor is yours.
Good morning, thank you. Again, my name is Brandy Clement. I am with the Jones Consulting Group. I'm here on behalf of our client, Bycastle Homes, to introduce some applications that we have submitted to the town. Also with me today is the project engineer as well as the project traffic consultant, so we will be available to answer any questions that you may have following my presentation. Next slide, please. So again, the lands are located on the south side of Ramblewood Drive. They are west of 45th Street and adjacent to St. Noel's Catholic Elementary School. The total lot area is approximately 3.27 hectares. The frontage is 221 meters along Ramblewood Drive and an average depth of 225 meters. Lands are primarily treed. There are no current structures on the property and no indication of previous development on the lands. The lands are surrounded by development. This does include residential subdivisions to the north, east, and south of the lands, as well as the institutional use to the west. Residential housing types in this area do include both single detached dwellings and townhouse dwellings. Next slide, please. So this slide illustrates the development site plan and outlines the layout of the building footprints. The proposal is for a total of 163 townhouse units. The traditional townhouse units are proposed along the east and the south side of the lands that you will see in orange on the slide. The dark brown on the west side of the slide represents stacked townhouses adjacent to the institutional school use. The purple and pink illustrated for the middle of the lands are back-to-back townhouses, and the units that are in blue adjacent to Ramblewood Drive are rear lane townhouse units. The traditional townhouse units are proposed at 2 stories, where the remaining units are proposed at 3 stories. This will be a condominium development with private roadways that are proposed. There's 2 access points to the site off Ramblewood Drive, and they do line up directly with the roadways to the north, on the north side of Ramblewood. There will be no driveway access points directly onto Ramblewood Drive. There is a 5-meter or a 16-foot tree protection zone that's provided along the east side of the development. This will remain treed, and the intent of it is to provide additional buffering to those houses to the east. And then in addition, you'll also have the backyard setback requirements for these townhouses on the east that will provide that additional green space area. There are smaller pockets, also of green space that are provided around the development. There are parking spaces provided for those units that will not have access to a private driveway and or a garage space. Also, bicycle parking is provided throughout the development, and sidewalks and walkways are proposed throughout the development. There will also be connections to the trail system to the west and the south of the lands. Next slide, please. So this slide illustrates the draft plan of subdivision that we have submitted with the applications. The subdivision is proposed as a series of blocks on the plan. These are for the residential blocks, for the amenity area. The roadways, landscape areas, and parking areas are separate blocks and will be identified as common space on the plan of condominium. There is an amenity space block that we are proposing in the northeast corner, and this will also act as a stormwater infiltration gallery underneath the amenity space. The plan of condominium will be a separate application that will be submitted in the future, and this will further create the units on the plan as well as establish the housing tenure. The overall density of this site is 50 units per residential hectare. Next slide, please. So the next 3 slides illustrate the conceptual designs that are proposed on the lands. There's a high level of architectural treatment that will be incorporated into the housing typologies. Warm tones will be used on the units, which would include beiges, creams, browns, various different colors of browns. Elevations will be designed with a variety of architectural elements, such as varied wall planes, varied roof lines, more human scale proportions, larger windows to ensure diversity, and then the visual interest along the streetscape. The units will be designed to complement the surrounding residential development in both color and materials. Materials on the facades will include a mix of siding and brick or stone. There will be landscaping proposed to frame the buildings to soften aesthetics, as well as landscaping proposed around the perimeter of the property to soften that transition to the buildings from the roadway and the property lines. Privacy fencing will be included where needed on the property. And some of these details will get worked out as we move further into the process. This slide illustrates the traditional street townhouse units that are proposed. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates the back-to-back townhouses as well as the what are being called the back-to-back wide townhouses. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates the stock townhouses as well as the rear townhouses. Next slide, please. So there are 3 applications that have been submitted. The official plan amendment and the zoning bylaw amendment applications I will discuss in a bit more detail further in the presentation. And then we have submitted the draft plan of subdivision application. Next slide, please. So this slide identifies policies in the provincial planning statement that support the development that's proposed on the lands. Generally directing development to settlement areas within the built boundary to maintain many years of housing supply in the town, to contribute to a complete community on lands that can be serviced with municipal services is consistent with provincial policies. The surrounding road network can sustain the proposed traffic as concluded in the traffic study that was completed in support of the applications. There are no negative impacts to natural heritage features or functions with the development as concluded in the environmental impact study. There were no archaeological artifacts found on the property as identified in the archaeological assessment. and there are active transportation opportunities that are proposed on the lands. Next slide, please. So the lands are designated settlements in the county's official plan. Settlements are where growth is to be directed. In the town's official plan, lands are primarily designated residential. There is that small area at the rear of the property that is designated natural hazards, and this relates to or reflects a small buffer area for the creek that is adjacent to the property to the south. Next slide, please. So the proposed official amendment application will designate the lands as residential high density, and this is essentially to recognize that the units are proposed at a density of 50 units per residential hectare. The open space designation that is being proposed is to recognize the amenity space, the stormwater infiltration gallery, the 5-meter tree buffer, and then some other smaller green spaces that are located around the site. Next slide, please. Lands are currently zoned development and environmental protection in the town zoning bylaw. The zoning bylaw amendment application proposes to zone the majority of the lands as residential type 3 exception. So this is for the townhouse units. And then each separate townhouse type, housing type, will have a separate exception number that will go with it that will recognize varied development standards that are proposed for that particular housing type. We are also proposing an open space exception zone, and this is to recognize all of the different green spaces around the property and the varied development standards that we have requested for the open space areas as well. Next slide, please. So the next 3 slides illustrate the various zoning exceptions that are being requested of each of the zones or in each of the zones. Generally, most of those that we are requesting are necessary because of the age of the town zoning bylaw being from 2003. It is such that it did not contemplate these various types of townhouse uses that are being built today and at the density that are being built today. Essentially, for example, back-to-back townhouses were never contemplated in 2003. So to propose a housing typology like a back-to-back townhouse, you have to create all of the development standards that would be applicable to that unit. For the development to be implemented as proposed, there are a number of variations that we are requesting to the current standards. Most are slight variations and are similar to those that have been approved throughout the town over the last many years. The exception that we are requesting in the open space zone is asking for a 0 minimum lot frontage and area requirement, and that is simply because the open space zone areas are recognizing, in some cases, just small strips of land for walkways or for the tree buffer area where they're not meant to really function as a lot themselves. So this slide illustrates there are 5 different housing typologies that we are requesting for the townhouses. This slide represents 2 of the exception zones that we're requesting and the various development standard variations that we are requesting. Next slide, please. This slide is for 2 more of the townhouse housing typologies. And next slide, please. And then this includes the last housing typology for the townhouses and then the open space exceptions on that we're requesting. Next slide, please. The lands will be serviced with sanitary sewer and water. These connections do exist in Ramblewood Drive and will be extended into the property. The stormwater runoff for this site will be conveyed to an existing storm sewer on Ramblewood Drive. There will also be the underground storm infiltration tanks under the amenity space that will be used to control the post-development flows, as well as to reduce the phosphorus runoff from the site. The site will also be serviced with telecommunications, hydro, and gas services. Next slide, please. The area road intersections will provide good overall operations through the 2039 horizon under the background and total conditions, as concluded in the traffic impact study that was prepared for the applications. No improvements are required to support the proposed development from a traffic operations perspective. All of the requirements for stopping site distance and intersection site distances were met along Ramblewood Drive, and the projected volumes do not warrant any exclusive turn lanes along Ramblewood Drive. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, the proposed applications are consistent with the applicable policies of the provincial planning statement. The applications conform to the applicable policies of the county's official plan as well as the town's official plan. The proposed densities are appropriate for the location of the lands and introduces additional housing typologies in the form of various townhouse units. The applications facilitate residential units on a site that is within the settlement boundary and the built boundary of the town. The development will be compatible with the surrounding land uses. It will utilize existing municipal services efficiently. Development avoids any negative impacts on natural heritage features as well as natural or cultural heritage features. And the proposed official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and plan of subdivision applications represent good and desirable planning for the town. Thank you, Your Worship. That concludes my presentation.
Well, thank you, Ms. Clement, and the town will now ask if there are any members of the public wishing to speak to this matter, to provide a comment in favor or in opposition to the proposed development. Madam Deputy Clerk, do we have any members of the public registered in advance to make oral submissions in today's virtual public meeting?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, we do have a number of individuals. First, I have Lisa Cook.
All right, thank you, Madam Deputy Clerk. Good morning, Lisa. Welcome, and the floor is yours.
Good morning, Your Worship, Council, and staff members. We're very thankful. I'm very thankful that you have taken the opportunity to allow me into this meeting. Your Worship, I myself, along with many other of the residents, have a list of clarification questions that we have for Council and perhaps Ms. Clement that they can maybe help with, or thoughts that the Council can listen to, as we are in opposition of this this proposed 163 unit townhome development that is going in on Ramblewood, or that is being proposed for Ramblewood. So if Your Worship is okay with that, can I kind of go through my clarification questions that we are looking for?
Yeah, that's fine, Lisa. I'm going to ask you to go through your clarification questions for planning staff and for Ms. Clement, the applicant's staff, and members to any questions to council will be received today, and then council can prepare to reply.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Thank you so much again, Your Worship.
Thank you.
So my first question is, does council know any information about Bycastle Homes and what previous developments that they have accomplished? Because as we have been doing our research into Bycastle Homes, we can only find literally a home in a field. We do not see any developments that they have made, what impact they have had on their surrounding communities. So we're just asking council and Ms. Clement, what have they done? Because this is new to Wasaga Beach. This is someone who we have never heard of before, and in fact, we really had to dig to find out who Bycastle Homes Limited was.
Ms. Clement?
Yes, thank you. We can certainly get some information to town planning staff to share. I don't know if perhaps a different name was used on developments. I do know that they develop in the more western area of Ontario, like in the Waterloo, Kitchener area. But certainly we could send some information on some past developments that they have proposed and worked on and developed.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. So for my second question, we have sent an email to Brian Saunderson, MPP, to his office about the provincial housing target for 2031. And the email that was received back from Brian Saunderson clearly indicated that Wasaga Beach was not under that provincial housing target before 2031 in either phase 1 or in phase 2. So when we are looking at the 163 unit high density townhouse development or townhome development with 21 to 25 foot frontages, we are trying to figure out how this is an appropriate form of development within the neighborhood that's currently characterized by larger lots and single dwelling homes. Ms. Clement presented that there were townhomes in the surrounding area. We live in that area. We're trying to figure out, unless she is speaking to behind where the Costco is going, I'm trying to understand where those townhomes might be. In the strategic growth areas that's designated in the official plan, specifically 2.4.3, it says that we should be following existing neighborhood development, and this plan, as you know, was just adopted the end of November of 2025. So given that our neighborhood actually consists of these single dwelling lots, how is it that when we look at the planning papers that were sent out by Jones Consulting, that we would, we can see that there is about an average of 4 townhomes backing directly onto each of these properties on the east side. So that's a significant increase in density on the established homes, which likely will prevent privacy, block sunlight, and it will absolutely alter the character of the community.
Ms. Clement, do you wish to respond to that?
Sorry, I'm not sure exactly what the questions were in there, if that could just be kind of tailored down to.
Absolutely. I was saying that MPP Brian Saunderson's office said that this is not an area that is designated for that growth in phase 1 or phase 2 by 2031. And so if that is, sorry, my light just went out here, we're on a sensor. So if that is the case, how is it reasonable and appropriate within the strategic growth areas that are in the official plan to put this high density townhome dwelling in a zone that is not existing like that? Like, there are no townhomes in that surrounding area.
Okay, so I guess I don't know your exact conversation with the MPP, so it's hard for me to answer that specifically. The town has their own growth targets for population, and maybe that's a separate item than what your discussions were. These lands are currently designated for residential growth. The high density that's proposed, the name of it is simply because the town current OP that these lands were submitted under has identified that if you're looking for a density over a certain amount, then you have to do an official plan amendment to call it high density. So 50 units per residential hectare is what we're proposing. There are some to the north. There are townhouse units in the general sense of that area. There's also an approved development a bit further north of that where there will be townhouse developments, as well as north up on Mosley Street. So generally in the surrounding area, there are townhouse units.
Okay, so I guess I'm a little confused because if we're looking at the existing area, if that's what we're speaking to. I'm sorry, CAO McNeil, did you have your hand up? I continued speaking. I apologize that. I just noticed that. I am so sorry.
No, that's fine. I see his hand, but I want you to finish first, so you go ahead.
Okay. So I guess if we're talking about the existing area, I would relate the existing area to be anything that is off of Ramblewood around that existing area. Like Mosley, yes, Mosley is close by, but if we're talking in relation, it's not really in the existing area. So I guess that's where my confusion comes in with the townhomes, because it's not really like if I look at that neighborhood, I don't consider Mosley as part of that neighborhood, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you. CEO McNeil.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Cook. I just wanted to, I hope, clarify perhaps what MPP Saunderson may have conveyed to you. There's two different things going on here. Number one, the province a couple of years ago identified that they wanted to build 1.5 million homes by a certain date. To achieve that target, they identified a few municipalities. There's a list of municipalities that are to contribute to that. Wasaga Beach is not on that list, and I think that may be what MPP Saunderson is referring to. But to Ms. Clements, in her response, she is correct. We do have growth targets that the province requires us to hit. The county actually assigns those numbers, and they are reflected in our official plan. So we are absolutely required to intensify, and we have growth targets that we are required to hit. So I just wanted to hopefully clarify perhaps why MPP Saunderson may have conveyed that to you. Thank you.
No, thank you so much for that, CAO McNeil. It is my understanding, and perhaps I am wrong in saying so, but from the research that our group has done, have we not now exceeded those growth targets for the town?
No, we have not, and perhaps our Director of Planning may want to comment a bit more on that, but no, we have not.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. We have not, but I'll look to Trevor. Trevor, are you there? There he is.
Your Worship, no, we have not met our recent targets. I hope that answers the question. And if I may, Your Worship, it would be very helpful if we could just get through Lisa's comments and the public's comments, because I'm not sure that Brandy, myself, or Cameron are going to be able to answer all her questions instantaneously. That's why we're trying to take the notes. So I look to Your Worship on that, but if it would be very beneficial for us if we could just get through the comments so that we have a chance to later respond without trying to ad-lib or come off the seat of our pants. Thank you.
Okay, good. We don't want you coming off the seat of your pants, that's for sure. So,
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll let you carry on with all your questions, and then we'll get those responses for you.
No, thank you very much for that, Your Worship. Thank you for that, Mr. Houghton. Okay, so with approximately 55 zoning bylaw exceptions being requested, our concern is how is council going to assess whether this amount of relief is reasonable and appropriate, rather than representing a fundamental departure from the zoning bylaws intent. So that's our next question. And the requested variances that Ms. Clement spoke to that are minor variances, how are we concluding that they are minor and maintaining the general intent and purpose of both the zoning bylaw and the official plan? Again, that was done in November of this past year, while still resulting in a reasonable and appropriate development. So the other question that we have is, how has council evaluated, or how has this been evaluated, whether the proposed density, lot frontage, and setbacks represent a transition in built form, a reasonable and appropriate one, as per Section 5 of the official plan. Quoted right from Jones Consulting Planning Justification Report, the townhouse development will complement the character of the surrounding area and will not negatively impact adjacent land uses while intensifying development on the lands at an appropriate scale. How can this statement be considered truthful when the proposed density, lot frontage, and setbacks are actually not following any existing development pattern from this neighborhood? My next point that I want to ask and seek clarification on is that Ramblewood is already experiencing congestion. We know this. They're introducing 2 new access points to serve these 163 units to go out on this roadway. If we take into consideration that the average home has 3 vehicles and likely 3 people residing there, that makes between 300 to 500 vehicles or residents that are coming out of that area. We know that there's going to be a Costco at the end of the street, along with any other subdivisions, residential or commercial, that are being proposed for this area, and this is further going to increase the traffic congestion onto Ramblewood Drive, which leads me to the question of Why was the traffic impact study done on August 21st of 2024? As a principal, as a teacher, who does a traffic impact study in the middle of the summer when nobody's even going to school? There's no drop-offs that are happening. There's no pickups that are happening. When I canvassed and talked to people in the neighborhood, the people were infuriated about people that were parking in front of their driveways now and how dangerous that roadway is. And so, is a new traffic impact study going to be done and given to council and given to Ms. Clement so that it can be properly assessed to go in with this? Because an August 21st traffic impact study makes absolutely no sense when you are talking about how busy Ramblewood is. And I know, Your Worship, we talked at the last public meeting. I came up and spoke about how busy Ramblewood already was when we were talking about Costco. And as a runner, and I jokingly say, I run this town. I run all over town. And I'm tired of almost being hit on Ramblewood. It's dangerous. And now we're going to add 300 to 500 vehicles or people that are trying to come out of that subdivision. Like, it terrifies me. It absolutely terrifies me. And where's the parking going to go? Which leads me to my next question. Right now, where we're living, the parking from Ramblewood spills over onto our street because people do not have enough room in their driveways for the amount of vehicles and for the amount of people that they have in there. So where is the extra parking going to go from this 163 development of these townhomes? And where's the snow removal going to go? Like, we spoke to one of the plow operators and asked, is it feasible for you to get a plow through there? And the response was, no, it'll probably have to be trucked out with a dump truck. Well, then who's taking on the cost of dumping that snow? Does that come out of our extra taxpayers? Like, these are concerns that are happening. So if we look at it with broader community considerations, like access to primary health care, which we don't have many doctors that we have access to, access or the capacity at our local hospital, which we know they're trying to grow our local hospital to build it in a new site, but currently we don't have that there, to the employment availability or lack thereof that's around town. And I know we've got more elementary schools and more high schools that are coming in, but at the moment they're all busting at the seams, and we're concerned about that. More directed, my questions would be, does council or does Brandy, Ms. Clement, does she have detailed information on the existing and the proposed elevation levels between that development site and the rear yards of the properties that are along Rodrium Road? Because we know there's history of drainage issues in this area. How is any change in elevation going to be managed to ensure that the runoff and the water flow are not worsened for the affected residents that are in this area? I don't know if Ms. Clement knows that one or.
Yeah, I'm just going to let you get through all your questions first, and then
Okay.
we'll have staff and Ms. Clement answer what they can today, and then the rest
Okay.
they'll get back to you on, Lisa.
Okay, thank you so much. As far as the proposed 5-meter buffer, I have a list of questions about that. Who will ultimately own and be responsible for the buffer area? Will that be the individual homeowners, or will this be a condominium corporation? How high is the proposed fence to be on the property line? Should the buffer be privately owned, what condominium or legal structure is going to ensure its long-term protection and consistent management of that buffer area? And what mechanisms will be put in place to prevent future encroachments, such as fencing or landscaping or sheds, patios, by future owners? Who is going to enforce the buffer restrictions over time? And and what staff is going to have the capacity and the long-term compliance challenges that go with it. How are we going to ensure that it continues to function as intended over the lifespan of this development? What remedies are available to the town or affected neighbors if the buffer is not maintained or it is gradually reduced through encroachments? And what measures are proposed to minimize the potential conflicts between future residents and existing neighboring properties related to privacy, noise, and boundary interpretation? In the urban design brief, section 2.4 identifies a minimum rear setback of 6 meters for an interior townhouse unit. We're just trying to confirm whether this same 6-meter rear setback applies to the end units, or are there different setback standards proposed for those units? Is the 45-degree angular plane requirement met for the proposed end units as currently designed? And if not, what standards or design considerations are being relied upon to assess the impacts of adjacent properties and the overall site compatibility? Can we clarify whether this proposed 163-unit townhouse development is intended to be a private condominium tenure or a freehold ownership model? Is this development being considered under any affordable housing category? And if so, if it is under condominium tenure, how are the condominium fees and other ongoing financial obligations taken into account when we're assessing the affordability? And with respect to potential investor ownership, can we outline the current short-term rental, i.e. Airbnb bylaws that would apply to these units, as well as any anticipated future bylaw changes that may affect their use? So those are my questions, and Your Worship, Deputy Mayor Snell, council members, staff, we acknowledge that Wasaga Beach is growing, and that the intensification plays a role in long-term planning. And I want to be clear, we're not opposed in growth at all. However, we're respectfully asking you to consider whether this proposal is a reasonable and appropriate planning act for the existing established single-dwelling neighborhood under the Planning Act. Especially since it's asking for 21 to 25-foot frontages, 55 zoning bylaw exceptions. We just want to make sure that it maintains the intent of the zoning bylaw and the official plan. We're seeking the clarification on this buffer. We're seeking clarification on the rear setbacks and the angular plane. And we're asking for clarification about bylaws, tenure type, and the affordable housing classification. And ultimately, I'm on a sensor here. Ultimately, we respectfully ask that all of you, Your Worship and Council, determine whether, taken this all together, this proposal is reasonable and appropriate planning that balances growth with compatibility, safety, and long-term livability. And I really thank you for your time and your consideration, and we look forward to hearing your answers.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Very well prepared. I can tell you that staff have taken note of all of your questions and comments, and I'm going to now look to Cameron and to Brandy to respond to what they can now today, and I can assure you that the rest of that will come back to you in writing in the near future. Cameron?
Thank you, Your Worship. And just to reiterate what has just been said, I do have a list of all the key themes and topics that you've raised today with regards to this proposed development. Just so you're aware, as far as this process proceeds, essentially the topics and themes that you've identified, they go into what we call a comment response matrix. So basically what that is, it's a table which outlines all the questions and concerns that you raised today, and that table is sent to the applicant. And the applicant being Jones Consulting, as part of the process, they need to sufficiently address the concerns that you've raised. And once that table is complete, that ultimately informs the staff recommendation for the applications that are before you today. So I'll just go quickly through the topics that I wrote down based on the explanation that you provided. But I think just for the purpose of moving the public meeting along, we can certainly get into more detailed responses, both via email correspondence and also through the staff recommendation report process.
Cameron, would you like me to send my questions to you?
Certainly, that's appreciated. I would also note that this public meeting is recorded, so staff do have the ability to go back and rewatch the meeting, so we can carefully note all the questions and concerns.
Having said that, however, Lisa, if you would be so kind as to send a list of all of those questions and comments, that's just going to be more helpful. So staff
absolutely.
can be more fulsome in their response.
Yeah,
absolutely. Thank you so much.
Yeah, my pleasure. So just quickly, I know you'd asked about essentially process regarding how council renders their decision on the zoning bylaw amendment. There was mention of assessment criteria for minor variances. I would note in this particular case, we would treat the applications as what we call site-specific zoning bylaw amendments. So there are some similarities to minor variances in terms of reductions to zoning standards, but there is a separate part of the Planning Act that outlines criteria for looking at zoning bylaw amendments versus minor variances, but we won't go into the technicalities right now. There was certainly mention of compatibility and how that's being sufficiently addressed. I've noted your concerns regarding the traffic impact study. I can say at this point that our Public Works and Engineering Department have received that particular study, and they will be providing thorough comments in response to analyzing that document. Depending on that review, there could also be additional review processes, but that comes down to first the staff review before potentially someone like a third-party traffic engineer. That's what I'm alluding to. But it's first the staff review. There was mention of snow removal. Again, that's something that can be reviewed through the Public Works and Engineering Department as a result of their per-submission review. I know this was perhaps more specifically addressed to Brandy, but you had asked about elevations and building elevations, I should say, and specific to the east side and addressing the sensitivity of uses being the existing houses on that side. Similarly, you had asked about the proposed tree line buffer and impact, but also ownership of the buffer in terms of how that's going to operate, fence height, privacy and noise, the urban design brief with regards to the interior side yard setback and if that applies to the corner lots as shown on the site plan, the applicability of an angular plane requirements and how that's going to apply to this particular development. If there is an affordability strategy that's being outlined as part of this application process, housing affordability specifically. And lastly, if something like Airbnb or more specifically short-term rentals would be proposed. So that's what I have in my notes. But as I say, rest assured, we do have this meeting recorded, and I can certainly go back through and ensure that everything's sufficiently captured. And again, if you do want to send staff an email, that's appreciated too. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, so clearly staff are recording everything that they can. They have the ability to go back and watch the video, and of course, Lisa, you've indicated you'd be prepared to provide that list as well.
Yeah.
So that is great. I'll just remind everybody as well, as I said earlier, that these public meetings are not question and answer periods. We'll answer the basic questions as quickly as we can, but for more in-depth answers, and these types of questions warrant and deserve, quite frankly, for the resident an in-depth answer, so as there can be clear understanding either way, one way or the other. Just make that note again for everybody who is on the call today. Thank you very much, Lisa. Very well prepared.
Thank you very much.
All right. I'm just going to ask that you mute now, and anybody else who hasn't, because if not, we get feedback. Thank you. Okay.
That's okay. Thank you so much, Your Worship, the council and staff. I appreciate this.
Thank you, Lisa. I'm going to ask the Deputy Clerk for the next person. Before you call that person, Madam Deputy Clerk, I'll also remind everyone in the general public that if your question has already been asked or your comment has already been made, that you just continue on with any new comments and questions, so as that we can get through this process and staff can start to get to work on preparing those responses. Madam Deputy Clerk, next person, please.
Thank you, Worship. Next, I have Mark Weingarten.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, or sorry, good morning, Mark. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me?
We hear you fine.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor and Council, thank you for hearing my comments today. First of all, I want to start out by saying that I know that this is just the next step in a process, and I'm hoping that after staff review has been submitted to council members, my ask today is that at that point, council step up and deny both applications being presented. Residents who have chosen to live in this area should expect similar density to be used in the neighboring properties during planning. In fact, the town's official plan recently approved calls for, and I quote, growth management sensitive to the needs of existing residents. Further on, the plan states that applications of this kind are strongly discouraged. So council, please look at the size of the existing lots compared to the proposed development being put forward, and consider that, things like lot coverage and setbacks, they are part of planning processes for a reason. They create neighborhoods consistent with what people can expect to live in when they buy their properties. And exceptions to these types of conditions in planning should be minor in nature and should not be so extreme as to completely change the nature of the neighborhood. I wanted to make a couple of comments about the environmental considerations. First of all, when something is considered a natural hazard, I don't think it's as simple as just changing a designation. I think that things like Ms. Cook mentioned about water runoff and so on, those cannot be things that we can just say, oh, we're just changing the designation. We have to be very careful when we consider, 10 and 20-year cycles of flooding and water retention of those lands. I do know that a neighbor to that property had trees on their private property marked for destruction when somebody had gone through the neighborhood being discussed today, marking trees for destruction. And tags were added to various trees. So I think that one of the things that we need to consider is that whoever marked those trees for destruction actually went onto private property on neighboring properties and added tags. And I've personally seen the tags, and I know they were removed. but I think that our council hopefully can ensure that we prevent complete clear-cut destruction of neighborhoods in preparation for these types of developments. I know that previous speaker mentioned the parking incident, but the parking is very specific for this one in relation to the school. I think safety issues are of paramount importance here. And during the proponents' presentation, they emphasized in their presentation that there were no driveways coming out onto Ramblewood. Well, that in fact is true. There are no driveways, but there are two roadways, and those roadways will serve as the busiest driveways in the entire, probably the west end of Wasaga Beach, if this proposal does go forward. So in closing, I'd like to basically ask that council deny these applications. And I'd also like to ask that the property owner take a look at the neighborhood, walk the neighborhood, come out and speak to the neighbors, and consider starting over and planning something where the land use is consistent with the neighborhood and the present environment. I know that the process now is that staff will comment, and then eventually council will make a decision to either support or deny these applications. And just repeating, I'm asking that council deny these applications, and that be done vigorously by council, including any follow-up defense for the neighborhood that may be required. Thank you for hearing my comments.
Thank you, Mark. All right, Madam Deputy Clerk, is there anyone else on the list today?
Yes, Your Worship. Next I have Sylvia Bray.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Sylvia. Floor is yours.
Ms. Bray, you're muted.
Okay, I'm now unmuted. Sorry about that.
No worries. Go ahead.
I thought the deputy clerk was in control. Mayor and Council, I am speaking today. It will be short and sweet. I think Ms. Cook's presentation was very thorough and included the concerns that residents and my neighbors have been feeling when I have spoken to them about this proposal. So to be very clear, my voice is in opposition to the application being presented. In November of 2025, Mayor and Council, you approved the latest official plan. So November 2025 was a couple of months ago, and I think to even be considering changes to it at this point is premature and would almost indicate poor planning. So I really want you to think hard about your commitment to that official plan before you rubber stamp any changes, particularly one of this nature, which is asking for significant changes. It's changing residential R1 and natural hazards to high density residential, and those are big, and they do change the whole flavor, color, shape of a neighborhood. So please honor your commitment to the plan that you just approved. As you should know, infill must be carefully considered. You must put your residents first. They're speaking today. I'm sure many of them wrote into you, and I really do hope that council takes the time to listen. One thing that I heard today, and I guess this is my biggest question in in my comments today, are about the county growth targets. So I'm wondering if in your next submission that staff could include what those county growth targets are currently today, what they were 5 years ago, and where we are with past and present approvals for development. Because I know we were exceeding them 4 years ago when I sat at the council table, so I'm just not sure when I heard the CAO saying that there was lots of room and we had growth targets and we had an obligation to grow. We do have an obligation to grow, but I think that commitments have already been given to many developers for housing and for population growth. So I'd just like to see those numbers in one place tied into this consideration. My final comment is, will you support, so finally, if this file moves forward, will you, Council, Mr. Mayor, support the residents who took the time to share their concerns today? Will you send legal representation to any hearing if this file does go to LPAT? In my neighborhood, you did not. The Committee of Adjustment did their job. They turned down an application to convert one residential lot into 3 lots, which could potentially be 6 housing units. The Committee of Adjustment turned it down. Council and staff did nothing to protect that denial. They did not send legal representation to LPAT, and the developer won, and 3 houses are now being built where one lot, one house should have been. So please don't let that happen again. Thank you for your time today.
Specifically, Ms. Bray, what development are you speaking to?
It is being built by Vandermeer Homes at the corner of Frederick and Knox. So it was a single family lot, a residential lot, R1, and the Committee of Adjustment turned down the splitting of that lot into 3, and there's now 3 homes being built on that lot.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. But that was my final, was just that please, we can do our due diligence at the table. We can say no, but if we don't back it up with legal representation when the residents need you to stand up for us, then the developers will win. And I'm not anti-development. I just think it needs to be managed. We do need to, you as council, have that obligation to protect the residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think it's important to ask our Director of Planning to just confirm the claim made around the approval of the official plan that is now before the county for approval. So although council has approved it and sent it off to the county, we have not received that approval yet. And therefore, what's being asked for here today, it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, Trevor, that these requests are under the old official plan still, not the new official plan. Trevor?
Thank you, Your Worship. So the current official plan amendment is to the current official plan. And to your point, the newly adopted official plan is not yet in full force and effect. It is currently at the County of Simcoe. Their staff are reviewing it, and they'll bring it to the County Council for a recommendation probably within the next couple of months.
Thank you. So as we all know on council, until County Council approves that plan, it is not approved. We've recommended to send it forward, which has happened. And so these recommendations fall under the current or the old, if you will, official plan from 2003. That's the last time it was updated. All right. The other thing I think I'll make clear is that this council has listened to residents. It has fought for residents. Wasaga Sands development is a prime example of that. This council took a very bold step in that matter to protect our residents. We're still not finished with that, but we'll continue to do so. All right, Madam Deputy Clerk, next person, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Next, I have Devin Blanchette.
Good morning, Devin. Welcome, and the floor is yours.
Hi, and thank you, Your Worship, and members of the council and staff.
Sorry to interrupt you, Devin. Just, Ms. Bray, could you please mute again so we don't have feedback?
I'm trying.
Thank you. All right, Devin, go ahead.
Thanks. First of all, I want to add support to Ms. Cook's questions and concerns. I know they reflect a lot of the individuals in this neighborhood, so thank you for speaking those. I just want to talk now as a resident and individual living in this neighborhood for a bit of perspective. And to preface, to be clear, I'm not opposed to growth or development, but have serious concerns about the scale and density of this particular application. So developing these units on Ramblewood, an area that has historically been low density, fundamentally changes the character of this neighborhood without, a proven infrastructure that is needed to absorb that level of impact. And to echo Ms. Bray's points, it's my understanding that in the last few months, the town has already approved 2 higher density developments totaling nearly 1,000 units. That's the Ambria and Sunray development on Beechwood and River Road West. as well as a proposal next to Canadian Tire for a high-density unit, which is just off of Ramblewood. At the same time, there's still major projects underway in Sunnydale and Brightside, and 30 vacant lots within our own community just off of Ramblewood. To note, as mentioned, these are also zones or developments within the 2 school zones, which are already overcapped. And in the Sunnydale area specifically, several community amenities, were promised alongside the town and developer that there would be these amenities, and they still have not been started, which raises concerns about supporting infrastructure and keeping pace with growth. Given the supply of units on the market and being developed, I'm concerned, whether this is even necessary at this time. And to shadow Lisa's concerns as someone who lives on Ramblewood and a parent of young children, and this has, I know, been brought up at multiple council meetings already. Traffic speeds, congestion are a serious concern. The traffic study does not fully reflect the real world conditions on Ramblewood, and not taking into account the additional development planned off of Ramblewood and Lions Court, namely Costco, or the already unsafe drop-off and pickup activity near St. Noel. There was an article recently published in the local papers regarding this, and this development is directly adjacent there. In the winter, the snowbanks, narrowed roads, reduced visibility just make it really, really dangerous. And with young children, we're finding we're leaving our neighborhood more and more to spend our time outdoors. So thank you, council, staff, and your worship for hearing my concerns.
Thank you very much, Devin. I appreciate your time very much. Madam Deputy Clerk, next person, please.
Thank you, your worship. Next I have Mary Ann Stumpf.
Thank you. Good morning, Mary Ann. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning, your worship, members of council, staff. I'm going to be reading my notes, and so in case you're wondering what the doctor thing is, it's plant pathology is my training. I live at Wildwood and Rodrium, so I'm not immediately affected by the development, but I'm very close by, so I will get some of the fallout of it. And I am currently active with the community group of Pollinate Wasaga Beach. So I have indeed signed the petition against the proposed project, and I am not going to cover any of the aspects that Lisa has already covered beautifully. I want to take us back to November 2025 for completely different reasons than Ms. Bray. So less than 3 months ago, the town held a community engagement visioning week to develop Destination Wasaga Master Plan. And the plan would enable Wasaga Beach to become a year-round tourist destination. Okay, so what did that visioning exercise tout as the town's year-round attraction? It was the abundant natural environment. Okay, so many people doubted the sincerity of this exercise, the community involvement thing. So I guess this is where the rubber hits the road. How sincere was it? I say this because the proposed development is utterly inconsistent with the development of year-round tourism based on the natural assets. It's going to obliterate a significant portion of woodland adjacent to the Carty-Patterson Trail, which actually is a resource for the entire neighborhood. The Carty-Patterson Trail, for those who don't know it well, is a neighborhood treasure. It's much used and enjoyed on foot and by bicycle. And its merits are not just as an off-road route. It's also appreciated as what the Japanese call forest bathing. It really is quite lovely. Okay, before I get into the development itself, I would point out that the town actually has options by way of things that it could encourage. I'm not against doing anything at that spot. There could be changes, there could be improvements. For instance, the town could be encouraging changes on the trail, which would create, for instance, an off-road route to Stainer. We need that badly. There is no way to get there on foot or by bicycle safely. We could use it as a starting point for a round-trip route to Collingwood. We could use it as a starting point for a cross-town foot bike path. There are lots of things that could be encouraged, which would also change the flavor of the kind of development proposal which is being brought forward to you. Okay, so instead of any of that kind of stuff, what we're discussing is a development which would cram part of the Carly Patterson area with new buildings, new development, new housing. Now, a couple of things here. I would expect developers to make money. It's a business, okay. But this one seems somewhat rapacious, if you will. The idea seems to be to build a much increased density. It will damage a significant portion of this local natural treasure, and it allows the fact that there is an existing natural treasure there allows the developer to say, well, we don't actually have to have any natural assets on the property or to do any kind of naturalization in the area around because it already exists. So they've damaged it, but then they can use it with it. I mean, the fact that there is a woodlot adjacent to it that's not yet been removed softens the impact that they are going to have to repair. It does seem rather shameful to me. I'm just going to finish with one thought. So I'm not sure how much of a chance such a development proposal would stand if it were near the town center. Probably not very much, but we're out here in the West End in the sort of the fringe of town, and it stands a reasonable chance of getting some traction here. And I would just ask you guys to reflect on the fact that Destination Wasaga, for it really to succeed, and for the Wasaga Beach to become a real year-round tourist destination, you have to have attractions all over the town. It really has to include the whole town. That's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doctor, and we appreciate your time. And
Marianne.
All right. Thank you very much, Marianne, and thank you for coming forward today. Madam Deputy Clerk, next speaker, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Next, I have Teresa Rolt.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Teresa, and welcome. Floor is yours.
Yeah. Hi there. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for having me speak. This is my first time ever speaking at a council meeting, so I'm a little nervous, but I live right on Ramblewood. I'm right across from this proposed development, and I am very clearly opposed to it. We just moved here just under a year ago, and part of the draw of living here was access to the Carly Patterson Trail, the nature around it, the quiet streets. This proposed high-density townhome development is in complete opposition to why we moved here. We moved here for a quieter life. We don't want something to go in there right across from us that's going to increase traffic. And there's a lot of reasons, but basically I wrote a petition that I would like to read. I don't know if you've
What I would ask that you do in the interest of time is to simply submit that petition to town staff, please, Teresa.
Okay. Yeah, I will. So I think everyone really covered, especially Lisa, really covered the most important points. There's no townhomes in this neighborhood. It's not a townhome neighborhood. It's a single dwelling home neighborhood with larger estate properties. Lots of natural resources nearby. The traffic is already too much. It's busier than anyone would really like it to be. And then with the proposed developments going in, it's just going to be that much worse. With that increased traffic comes safety concerns with the school, overcrowding with the school, and the list of cons for this particular development proposal is quite lengthy. As everyone said before, we're not opposed to development. It's just choosing the right development that suits the neighborhood. And that's really just all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much, Teresa. For your first time, you did great. It's not so bad. All right, thank you very much. No problem. Don't forget to mute your mic, please, and thank you. Madam Deputy Clerk, next speaker, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have Darlene Publo.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Darlene. The floor is yours. Is Darlene with us? There she is. All right, you have to unmute your mic. There we are. You're good to go. Good morning.
I wasn't really intending on speaking today. I just wanted to tune in to hear what other people were saying. My husband and I live on Wildwood and use the Carly Patterson Trail quite frequently, excuse me, with our grandchildren. So this development is far too dense for the neighborhood. There's concerns regarding the flood channel and the water. So I have emailed some of our comments to the deputy clerk and planning department, but pretty much everything I've heard so far reiterates my concerns. So I'll leave it at that.
Great. Thank you very much, Darlene. And thank you for sending that information in to us. Madam Deputy Clerk, next speaker, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. That concludes all of my registrations. I do, however, have an individual that is present in the meeting that may wish to speak. Bruce, I'm just confirming if your intention is to make a question or comment to council today pertaining to this matter?
If you're there, Bruce, you could turn your mic and your camera on.
No comment.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Deputy Clerk?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I think I might have muted you by accident. That concludes all of my registrations, Your Worship.
Thank you, you did. I bet you a lot of people wish they had that power. All right, if there's no other members wishing to speak, I will ask one more time if there's anyone else in the meeting today who wishes to speak to this, to please let us know. And I see nobody, so I'll now turn to members of council to ask any clarifying questions, not to debate this, but clarifying questions. All right, I see several hands, and we'll start with Councillor Eagle. Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Mine is just a comment, and I would very much like to thank the residents that were so well prepared, respectful, and just submitted so much information, and I just want to make that comment, so thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other comments or clarifying questions, I should say? Next is Councillor Belanger.
Sorry, it wasn't coming up, the mute button, but through the mayor, I just have one clarifying comment. I think my understanding anyhow, but for the public as well. Brandy Clement at one point referred that many of the amendments were related to, I believe it was a 2018 bylaws and plan, and that many of the requested amendments are related to new built form and have been approved many times in other developments in Wasaga Beach. So I wanted to clarify, I know that we have submitted the new official plan, but we're working on the revised zoning bylaws. And I believe, if I'm correct, until the new zoning bylaws are approved, which is anticipated to be the fall of this year, we will continue to have to look at amendments that in fact are reflected to current day built forms, and many of the amendments that we've already approved that have happened in Wasaga Beach. So because I think there was some confusion on the public based on the official plan approval and the zoning bylaw approval. So maybe Trevor could speak to that.
Thank you, Councillor. Trevor, could you speak to that, clarify once again?
Yep. Thank you, Your Worship. Through yourself to council. So, Councillor Belanger is correct. We do have a new official plan that has been adopted but not yet approved by the County of Simcoe, who is the approval authority. He's also correct. We do have a old zoning bylaw. It's the 2003 zoning bylaw, which, as council may recall, a couple weeks ago we did a relaunch with council, and we do anticipate bringing it forward late summer, early fall. And yes, some of the built or some of the desired forms that the proponent is seeking are forms that were not anticipated when the bylaw was originally crafted 22 years ago. Specifically, it's a lot of the stacked townhouses and, more importantly, the back-to-backs. So when Brandy, Ms. Clement, my colleague, was suggesting that they were a lot of the requirements for the zoning amendments is because of the fact that our zoning bylaw does not have provisions currently that addresses these type of, what I would say, new to Wasaga Beach type of dwelling units. And Councillor Boulanger is also correct. We've done, as a result, we have done recently a number of these types of one-off rezonings for Fremont and Farside and Ambria, where we had to come up with specific zoning for that very reason. I'm not suggesting the new zoning bylaw will never have to be amended, but we're hoping that the new zoning bylaw will have provisions that will at least recognize these types of units so that it doesn't come to council as often as it has been. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Boulanger. Thank you, Trevor.
Yes, thank you through the mayor. Just to follow up is, the stacked townhouses and back-to-back, that is relatively new. The confusion I was maybe trying to clear up is when we're talking about side yard and rear yard setbacks and some of those things that almost every development that comes before council over the last few years, we've had to approve those amendments that have really become standards of recent development. Not so much the bigger things, because I know the back-to-back and stacked townhomes are very new to this council as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, I had Deputy Mayor Snell. I'm going to ask Council from here on out to use your raise hand gesture at the bottom of your screen, so it'll keep order as to who needs to speak. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Worship, through you. To Ms. Cook's point, I did some research as well on the website, and I would ask Ms. Clement if she's able to ask her clients. I see on the website that they claim that they build developments, but that they also do land development for resale, that they put through projects and repackage projects and sell them out to market. So I'm just curious, in this particular project, is their intention to actually build and stay, or is it to get the project through and sell? Out of curiosity, if that could be included, please, in the comments coming back, or if she's aware of it at this point. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Clement, did you want to answer that now, or I'm assuming you want some time to check with your client?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge that I had heard it and I'm writing it down.
Great. Thank you very much, Brandy. All right, next is Councillor White.
Yeah, thank you very much, Your Worship. Question is just simply regards to neighborhood conformity. There was a question earlier, and I just don't know if we did get an answer of where the like was in this one. So the townhouses or whatever that you're saying are in the neighborhood. I just unable to verify that comment.
Okay. Anyone else? Anyone who can verify that comment? Brandy?
Sorry, I missed part of the question. Was it where are there comparable townhouses in the particular area? Is that what it was?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah. So I was referring to the ones that were, I wasn't saying immediate area. I was saying the surrounding areas and the ones that are located over on Allegra Drive. If I'm saying that right, I believe it's Allegra Drive, where there are some townhouses immediately built, built today, and then certainly we have ones kind of in the peripheral that will be built in the future.
All right, thank you. Any other comments or questions from council for clarification? All right, seeing none, I do have one. Could you just go back to slide 10 of Cameron's report? And what that shows, it shows the property, and then it shows outlined in red the existing properties backing onto this, and of course the school to the west. But then to the, I'm going to say the south, is where the, we'll call them the protected lands are. And I see that there's just a small bubble on that bottom right corner. Is that, so with respect to this site specific, the only protected lands that we're talking about then are within that one small area at the bottom right corner? Is that correct?
Through your worship, in terms of looking at the existing zoning on the property, you are correct in that the small portion indicated as environmental protection in the southeast corner, that is the only portion of the property that's captured through the environmental protection zone.
Okay. And then just to be clear, if I look at then the other properties on the other side of that protected area that goes in behind in the Carly Patterson Trail, those are existing homes and development that has happened adjacent to that land, correct?
Through your worship, correct.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all the questions I have for now. If there's any other questions or comments from council? I'm not seeing any, so before we end, Madam Clerk, any new folks have come to in that wish to speak, or are we good to go?
Thank you, Worship. Nobody new to the meeting or further requests to speak.
All right, thank you very much. And seeing there's no further questions from members of the public or council, I will therefore ask members of council, I will then move on to say that this meeting has been recorded. All of the information has been taken. Staff will be bringing a report and a recommendation at some point back to council, and that we have listened and taken all the questions and comments from the public into consideration here today. And seeing there's no further comments or questions regarding these applications, I'll now declare that this public meeting is hereby closed. All right, moving on in the agenda then to number 8, which is delegations. We have none today. And item number 9, government relations. We do have 9.1, a beachfront update, and I'll look to our CAO, Andrew McNeil, for this update. Andrew?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'll keep these comments brief. Just wanted to advise council that you may or may not have already heard that the province last week provided notice that the transfer of lands to the town of Wasaga Beach would be proceeding. Those are the lands that were advertised as part of the environmental registry a few months back. I want to thank all of the individuals who shared their thoughts and comments as part of this process, and I know the province carefully considered all of those. On a personal note, and on behalf of the town, I'd like to comfort some of our residents who may have provided comment that we continue to listen, and your thoughts and concerns are being considered through the Destination Wasaga master planning process. The posting referenced the fact that the transfer includes a condition that the beach remain public. We absolutely support that condition. Nancy Island is now operating under the Ministry of Tourism, Culture, and Gaming. We have a great partnership that is emerging here, and that will the first exciting evidence of that will be as part of Snowman Mania. The province will be participating in Snowman Mania with the town of Wasaga Beach for the first time. Staff are working with the province on the terms and conditions of this transfer. It's complicated, so it's going to take a bit of time, and that also includes the timing for this transfer. So to be clear, the transfer has not yet occurred. We are in the planning stages for all of that. We are hopeful that it will occur before April 1st, as there are operation and enforcement implications. And then the last point I just wanted to make is we've heard the community loud and clear, the concerns around piping plovers, protecting dunes, etc. We are currently working with the Wasaga Valley Conservation Authority, as well as our consulting team, to prepare a piping plover strategy that will accompany the master plan. With that, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Andrew. And we're also speaking to other organizations to ensure that we do what is right and what is best for not only our little plovers, but for our dunes and so on and so forth. And we know how important this area is. Any questions or comments from members of council with respect to the CAO's comments? All right, seeing none, it will take some time to complete everything, as Andrew said, but be rest assured we're going to work diligently with the province to make this as seamless as we can. All right, moving on then to item number 10, staff reports. We have no staff reports pulled today, and the recommended motion is that the following consent list items under staff reports and all the recommendations contained therein be adopted. Questions or comments? Seeing none, mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor White, second by Councillor Timms. All in favor? Oh, no, this is good. All in favor? Good. That is unanimous. Moving on then to item number 11, correspondence items, and the following correspondence item has been pulled and moved to matters for consideration to be voted on separately, and that is 11.1. No other items have been pulled, and so the recommended motion is that the following consent list items under correspondence be received for information, excluding items pulled, and moved to matters for consideration to be voted on separately. Questions or comments here? Seeing none, I'm moving to seconder for this, please. Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor Ego. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Right. On to item number 12, minutes of boards and committees. We have nothing there pulled as well, and the recommended motion is that the consent list items under minutes of boards and committees be received for information. Any questions on these minutes? Seeing none, mover and seconder, please. Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Belanger. All in favor? That carries unanimously. And now moving on to item number 13, matters for consideration. We do have 13.1, which is the municipality of North Grenville, Merrickville, Wolford Village OPP Detachment Board letter dated January 2nd, 2026, re support for enhanced school bus safety and the implementation of stop arm camera systems. And this was pulled by Councillor Belanger and Councillor Timms. So I'll look to Councillor Belanger for comment. Councillor? You're on mute, Councillor.
Yes, through the mayor. I thought it was very significant that this was an OPP recommendation, and it kind of hit home to me because I've actually been on Beechwood Drive where I've seen vehicles pass school bus with the stop sign out at 70 kilometers an hour. So I certainly support it, and I would ask that our council support it through the following motion. Be it resolved that the council of the town of Wasaga Beach hereby expresses its strong support for the province of Ontario continued advancement and expansion of school bus stop arm camera systems and complementary child safety technologies. And be it further resolved that a letter of support be forwarded to the Premier of Ontario, the Minister of Transportation, the Associate Minister of Transportation, the Grenville 1 OPP Detachment Board, and the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, AMO, for their information and consideration.
I would also add, Councillor, if you wouldn't mind adding that be also forwarded to our local detachment board.
I'm agreeable to that. Thank you, Your Honor.
Right. Thank you. All right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think Councillor Belanger says it for me as well. I think what really stood out for me was the information that it's estimated that drivers illegally pass school buses about 30,000 times a day in Ontario, and I think those numbers are pretty staggering. I see it myself. I have a granddaughter who crosses Moseley. If I have to meet her and pick her up from the bus, I cringe to watch that. And she tells me that it's the oncoming traffic that is speeding by by, just like Councillor Belanger said. I think supporting this motion sends a clear message that child safety really matters and that we're willing to advocate to the province for the tools that are needed to prevent tragedies. So thank you, Your Worship. That's all from me.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Great points from both of you. Anyone else have any comments or questions on this? Councillor White?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Belanger, for bringing this forward and showing a letter of support. I live across the street from where school buses are stored, and also a school and a church there. And the near misses, especially when the arms are out, are incredible, especially along busy roads like River Road West. So I appreciate what you're doing here.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, seeing none, then we do, Councillor Belanger has put forth his motion. I would have it moved by him and seconded by Councillor Timms, since you both pulled that. If there's no other other questions or comments, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Belanger.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor.
That carries unanimously.
Thank you. And Councillor Belanger, your camera is now off if you want to turn that back on. All right, we'll move on to item number 14, recommendations arising from boards and committees. We do have a recommended motion there that the report titled Annual Celebration of National Accessibility Week and International Day of Persons with Disabilities to the Council meeting of January 29, 2026 be received, and that a National Accessibility Accessibility Week and International Day of Persons with Disabilities and be celebrated annually with a flag raising and proclamation, and that Accessibility Advisory Committee be directed to prepare annually proclamations to raise awareness for both events. Well, that was a tough one. Any questions or comments on this? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder for this, please. Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 15 is council requested staff reports. You've all seen the list of staff reports. Are there any questions or comments on those? Seeing none, moving on then to item number 16, notices of motion. We have none. And at this point in time, we'll now go back into closed session to continue our closed session that we started this morning for the last two items on that closed session, which, just to reiterate for the public, is 4.3.2, which is a provincial transfer of beachfront lands, and 4.3.3, a legal matter replan permit build. So we'll now go into closed session.
And we're live, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and good afternoon and welcome back to everyone. We just come out of closed session discussing three matters, and I'll look to our clerk for a rise and report on that. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Council entered closed session today at 9:10 a.m. to discuss the following matter. Item 4.3.1, Wasaga Beach cybersecurity, more specifically IT network security and emergency preparedness in accordance with Section 239(2)A of the Act. As a result of that discussion, there's nothing further to report. Council recessed from closed session at 9:44 a.m. and resumed at 11:43 to discuss the following matters that were listed on the council agenda. Item 4.3.2, proposed disposition acquisition of lands in accordance with Section 239(2)C and 239(2)K of the Act. As a result of that discussion, direction was provided in accordance with the Act. Council also discussed item 4.3.3, a legal matter, in accordance with Section 239(2)E of the Municipal Act. As a result of that discussion, there is nothing further to report. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and we'll now move on to item number 17, which is the bylaws for today. Recommended motion that the following bylaws be received to be deemed to have read a first, second, and third time and finally passed, and that's for bylaw 2026-05 and 2026-06. Any questions or comments on those bylaws? Seeing none, move on to seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Eagle, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? That carries unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned. Have a good afternoon.